Hello, it's me. Hello, Anpu Camilla. And I have said hello to everyone. It's a full house tonight. Oh, look. It's Gran Turismo 4. I've been meaning for like a month now to do this stream just so I could finish this game. Finish the retro achievements for this game. I have 607 of them. I just have to do 3 Formula GT races. And I'll be done. Oh, and one more race. I have to do one of the first 5, one of the second 5, and one of the third 5. I get to choose. I could be cheap about it and pick the oval and be done with it really quickly. Or I could not. I could do Tokyo. Or high speed. I could do high speedering. It could be fun. Chat, what track should I do? Do a fun one. I think that'd be Tokyo or high speed ring. Tokyo. Well, 2 votes for Tokyo. It must be done. What sort of settings can I have on this car? I think I probably want to have some traction control in this car. I'll just leave it as default. I'll deal with it. It's less bad in faster cars. On slower cars in this game, that stuff is terrible. You like have to turn it off. It's like an actively makes you worse to have that on. But not in this car, probably. So I'm just gonna get to it. There's no rules about like A-spec points here, is there? Let me just double check that real quick. That is Reddit. That's not retro achievements. They both start with RE. I need to hide unlocked achievements for this one. No, there is no A-spec rule, which makes sense. This is the only car you can do when you can't tune this car because it's special. I'm using the wheel. No, just the controller. This game might be better that way. Is there music? There is, but it's quiet. Oh, my controller messed up. Hold on. Hold on. Abort. False start. First lap retirement. I need to... Oh, I know what happened. I need to remount my controls. One moment. Alright, should be fixed now. Go into sound. If it was playing music, it was quite quiet, so I'm going to turn it up. Turn it up to 14 on the 0 to 16 scale. It may just be this car is quite loud. Hey, good news, I can shift down now. I can also, oh, that's, I can also take corners that badly. Get an F1 game for GameCube, we got a wheel for. I had a wheel for my GameCube as well. Well, technically, I got it for my Xbox originally, but it had, like, controller plugs for all three systems at the time, so Xbox, GameCube, PS2. You could just use it on any. I never tried, and I should do this at some point. I never tried plugging it into all three systems at once. I wonder what would happen if you did that. Oh, I got squeezed. I played Tony Hawk games with the DDR pad. That's pretty good. I've never done anything quite like that. Man, I should try to, like, boot up my Xbox and play, like, non-racing games on that wheel. I still have that wheel. It just sort of sits in storage in the back of the living room. There's nowhere else to put it. They had another one for sale at the local game store for a long time. Eventually, someone accidentally, like, snapped it in half, and it just sat there kind of broken for a while. I think eventually they either just got rid of it or someone bought it. Yeah, that could be fun. It would need like a hand cam for the full effect. Like, you need to see me using the wheel. Otherwise, it'd just be, you know, you taking my word for it. So I think I know what the other two tracks are going to be. I would like to do all of this tonight. I don't know if that's reasonable, given I started at like 11:30, so the stream would probably go to like 4 a.m., but I'm down. Maybe. You know, it depends on how I feel after the other races. Probably wouldn't be as crazy as heck maybe streaming for 17 hours yesterday. I woke up for a work meeting at like 1 p.m. I woke up a bit before that, but it was like the first thing I did on my computer. And I have a thing on my computer that shows like all of the Twitch channels that are live. And I saw that Heck Maybe was live at like 1 p.m. and I literally did a double take. It stopped my train of thought for a couple seconds because I like, that is extremely unusual for her to be live at this hour. And had I not been in a work meeting, I would have checked it out. So yeah, now that I'm in the groove, I'm significantly faster than the AI here. So probably most of this is just gonna be me driving around like this. And listening to the soundtrack of Gran Turismo 4, which is not particularly good. One of the weaker Gran Turismo soundtracks, in my opinion. Not that they've ever been like superb or anything, but at least as far as the racing part goes, the main menu, the menu soundtracks of Gran Turismo, those are really good. I did play, I played Lego Racers 2 when I was a kid. I think that's the less common one. I think more people are familiar with the first one. And I did play that a little bit. Mostly in like computer class in school. In elementary school, we had a copy of Lego Racers. And eventually I got a copy on like the N64, which I don't think is the best version of that game, but I do have it. But I like Lego Racers 2 a lot because it's like kind of open world. In an era where that wasn't super common yet. Kind of want to go back to that game at some point. Maybe when it gets retro achievements. I think someone was working on them at some point. I don't know if they still are, if they gave up on it. Because that happens a lot. Hey Vespa, how are you doing? Doing okay, that's good. I spent a lot of today working, trying to figure out I don't know. I don't know how much I should say, given it's work related. But I guess saying it in broad strokes is fine. I spent. Don't mind me. It's all good. Spent a good portion of the day trying to redo a save system in a game that has already come out, which that's scary. I think I did it, but it needs to be tested more. I do want to work on, maybe, I don't know enough time again. There's more stuff I need to do for this game tomorrow and this week. But at some point I do want to work on that idea I had, prototyping it at least. one that Cammy knows about. I feel like I almost need to like prototype the prototype, because I don't really know how to like, what would be a good way of implementing like the level, which is a rather important thing to have, you know, nailed down properly the way you want it. I like how to implement the level. Or do I use a tile-based design or a sprite-based design? That's the thing I don't know. So I've never done tile-based stuff before in Construct, so I don't know, like, I don't know how versatile it is. I feel like with all the stuff I might want to do, it might need to be sprite-based, but also maybe not. It requires experimentation. I think my tires are starting to give out, but I think I'll do one more lap. I'll try to do 10 laps this year. So it's gonna be pretty nasty on the 10th lap though. Might not be worth it. It's like one of the only cars in this game, maybe the only car in this game, where medium racing tires are the only tires you can use. Like, if you want to put hards on, nope, you can't do it. Not supported here on this car. It's funny, because in the real world, you're supposed to use multiple different types of tire compounds on these Formula cars. But this came out, to be fair, this came out just before the 2005 Formula 1 season, and in that season, they actually banned tire changes. So, in that season, you used one tire compound, and you stuck with it the whole race. Which was a choice. Pit stop time. Oh no, I hit the fast forward button. Oh no, I hit it again. The AI can go longer, which is a bit worrisome. I didn't come out far behind him though, so I can overtake him. So if I end up being like if I end up doing one or two more stops, then I'll be fine, but if I have to do 3 more stops, then that could be a bit worrisome. If you're gonna start streaming Gran Turismo games, it really depends on what you want to do. Do you want to play through all of them and like see how they've changed over time, or do you just want to play the best one, or do you want to play the current one? Okay, they're pitting, so probably we'll only have to do like 1 more stop, maybe 2. I imagine most of them will pit at the end of this. Oh, 3 of them pitted. Okay. I imagine these other 2 will pit this lap, so they will do 4 stops. I'll do 5. Some of them might do 5 actually. But regardless, this Maybe the last time we ever see an opponent car in the lead lap for this race. Yeah, the thing is, best is a, you know, depends on, you know, someone's specific belief of what the best Gran Turismo game is. Probably it's this one. This one has probably some of the most diverse content in the series. You could argue that Gran Turismo 5 and 6, the PS3 ones, have more content, mostly because they just copied and pasted all of the PS2 content over to those games. Like all the cars, they just copied and pasted the PS2 models into that game, which is kind of a ridiculous thing to do. And very bizarre in retrospect that they did that, because I don't think any other game has ever done that, where they just copy and pasted models from like a previous game they made from a previous generation and then put them in their new game and like purposefully segregated those models in a meaningful way. Like in the main menu, when you're in the car select menu, when you're choosing a car, there are 2 tabs for the PS3 model cars and the PS2 model cars. Which is a crazy thing to do. In GT6, they still had the models, but they put them all under one group. They didn't separate them anymore. But those games also don't have all of the PS2 era tracks, unless you mod it, in which case they do. They copied the tracks over too, but then they just hid them and didn't use them in the game. People didn't know about that for like a decade, and then they were looking in the files and figured that out. So there's a mod that you can get that lets you use all the PS2 era tracks in GT5, because they're just in there. Not for GT6 though, they had issues getting them to work, so can't do it there for now. Hopefully one day people figure it out, and then GT6 could become a real like encyclopedia of the PS2 and PS3 era. Get like online multiplayer working as well, bring over shuffle racing as well. You can actually do online multiplayer in this game as well, because they did like a beta test after the game came out, which I guess they were just testing their online functionality for like later games in the series. But people modded that to get it working again. So I've done that once or twice, and that's fun. I do think you would probably enjoy GT7 Cammy. I know I've had a lot of complaints about that game over the years, but I think my complaints are...
OMG, hello Mr. Tin.
It's Paige. Hi Paige. And it's Ember. Hi Ember. How are you, Paige? Yeah, I was saying Cammy. I think you would enjoy GT7, because I think like all the complaints I've had are coming more as like a hardcore Gran Turismo player, whereas you as like a more casual player. I don't think you would have the issues that I would with it, because I doubt you'd be playing that game for hundreds of hours. If you're playing it for hundreds of hours, then it starts to have a few more issues with like longevity, but just like a standard playthrough, it's like totally fine.
Hello, it's me, Paige from Hit Steam Video Game, Salamander County Public Television.
Oh, it broke. I didn't copy over the text. Why did it not do that? Congratulations, Paige, you have broken the new redeem for the first time. Maybe pulling the text too quick? Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. I think it's the quotation marks. Because it is... Probably needs that text to be sanitized some in Sammy. Because what it's doing is it's literally just putting that in like a URL parameter string. And then loading the redeem as a URL for the browser object. So I think those quotation marks probably broke it. Oh, nice. That sounds fun, maybe. Oh, yeah. We're all good. This car is very durable. I don't know, was that fun?
My favorite quote from Rich Richardson, / at hashtag $% caret comma dot //
Oh, it didn't even load any parameters that time. Still loaded it as Ember. Well, it loaded the text properly, but the
Fortnite.
that worked. So yeah, I think whenever the parameters break, it just loads whatever the last parameters were. However, the actual text-to-speech is not done through that browser source, which is why that still worked. I wish it was done through that browser source, but the OBS browser source does not support text-to-speech, so it had to be done through Sammy, and that required me to switch all my audio things over to desktop audio, which is fun. No, it's all good. I mean, someone was going to figure that out eventually. So I'll need to fix that in the future, but... for now, it's fine. My tires look better this time than they did last time, which is nice. Not that it really matters, I am a minute ahead. I think I will win regardless of strategy choice here. Well, that's kind of what I expected. These endurance races, we're all in the same car, tend to be fairly easy. Oh. Thank you. Wow, this guy's actually trying to fight me. Maybe my tires are starting to go. Is that just a spam bot? Did not see what I posted. Darn, I missed on the cool hot viewers. Well, actually I didn't, because all the viewers here are cool and or hot. Or both. Yeah, I said cool and or hot. I'll get out my thermometer and it will read 2 different values simultaneously. Alright, time for pit stop number 2. Oops, I hit the fast forward button again. Imagine if you could do that in real life. Pretty nifty. Yeah, it is getting pretty late, I say, as I've just started my stream. I've never actually seen Click. It's bad, right? It's a bad movie. People mean on it because it's bad. Talking about watching Click made me remember that, Cammy, we still need to watch Bochi again. Well, me again, you not again for the first time. Yeah, tires do not last long in this game, and in this Formula car, you can only have the medium tires. You're not allowed any other tire compound, for whatever reason. I guess because this was back in the era where you weren't allowed to change your tires during a Formula 1 race, which is a weird thing to do. Except here you are, because they wouldn't last a race. These tires were significantly less durable than the real-world Formula 1 tires of this era. I don't remember what the last movie I watched is. It's been a while since I've seen one, I think. It might have been... It might have been... This is hardly a movie, but it might have been the Daft Punk movie animated thing I watched with Butters and Kyo and Ray. But that was a while ago. And beyond that, I honestly don't even remember. When I set up some custom Sophie endurance races in GT7, that would be really cool. I haven't actually done that much with Sophie. I really should try and do more races with it. Because, like, if you do get a race where the AI is, like, at the comparable skill level to you, it's, like, it can be really fun. I remember I did a, this was a while ago, I did a endurance race in Forza Motorsport 2 on the 360. It was, like, an hour-long race in Sebring. And it was really good, because, like, the AI was, like, had the exact same pace as me, so for, like, 45 minutes of that hour, I was like constantly on full pace trying to chase him down. I was always like 3 seconds behind or something. And eventually I managed to get him. And that was really fun. The 360 era Forza games had surprisingly good AI. Like, they probably had better AI than any Gran Turismo has ever had. And we don't talk about the Xbox One era games. Not necessarily because their AI is bad, but because the handling model is bad. Those games are unenjoyable to play. The new one is good, in terms of handling model at least, but it lacks content and passion and a reason to actually play it. Yeah, I've not tried it. I've not tried Sophie 2.2 at all yet, so I should definitely give that a try at some point. I also want to do more online races with you at some point. I've been thinking about getting back into iRacing or giving another try, which is something I have perpetually thought about for the past however many years. I've been saying for the better part of a year now, I'm gonna get like a foldable race seat where you can like attach a wheel and pedals to it so they're like at the right angle. Help me get into it. But I haven't bought one yet. Really should though. Because otherwise my wheel is just going to sit in a box and not be used. But I'm also slightly worried that if I get it, my wheel will just sit on the attached to a folding chair and not be used. But I should probably at least try it. If anyone has any recommendations for foldable racing seats, let me know. It needs to be foldable though because of space limitations. I have no space in my room. Probably don't even have the space for a foldable one. But you do what you can. Yeah, I saw that multi-class seems to work well with Sophie now, so that's fun. That is something I want to do more of, because I remember watching Jimmy Broadbent do a Daytona race once, and it was really cool just watching him pass all of the GT3 cars. I did that, I did an endurance race, or an online, like, Le Mans 24 hours race once in GT7. Or, like, we each did several, like, 3-hour stints. Did that with, I think, ZenQ and RicoWare. We didn't end up finishing, but I did my stints, and that was fun. I was in one of the GT3 cars, so I had to keep an eye out for the LMP ones. Not getting in their way. But also, GT is not the best for multi-class, just because the car count is only 16. So you got at most 8 per class if you're doing 2 classes. And if you're doing more than 2 classes, you probably shouldn't. But if you did that on like a short track in GT7, I think that'd still be really cool. You get the cars passing you, or you passing the cars pretty frequently still. Do a 24-hour multi-class endurance race around Alsace short. Looks like this race is going to end up being about an hour 20, which is slightly shorter than I thought it would be, so that's pretty good. This song is also in NASCAR 2005 Chase for the Cup, available on PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Wait, is it available? Yeah, it's available on GameCube, I think. I don't know, the NASCAR games on the GameCube are spotty. There's like they skipped a year or two on the GameCube, I think. I don't remember which NASCAR games didn't come out on GameCube. I think 2005 did, because I remember emulating it. They had it on the Xbox originally, but Xbox emulation is still kind of iffy. Slowly but surely it's getting there, though. Hopefully in a few more years it will be fairly ready for prime time, which is to say prime time being defined as it has retro achievement support. Alright, halfway done. Let's see, what else happened between the last stream and now? When was the last stream? Saturday? Today is Monday, right? I did the challenge wheel on Saturday, I think. I did the co-stream with you. That is true. That happened. I played the Bible game because you forced me to, because you didn't force me to, because I volunteered to. And then we played non-religious game show games. Because it turns out the Bible game sucks. Who could have guessed? But it does suck in a kind of amusing way, so... I can't believe how stupid I was on Wheel of Fortune. Like, I confidently thought that King Pear was going to be the answer. But no. It's King Lear. Which, had I thought about it more, I probably would have been like, ah, yes, that makes more sense than King Pear. But, you know, I thought it was like a, oh, you got the Red Delicious apple, the Granny Smith apple, you got the King Pear. I don't know what types of pears there are out there. Like, I know there are pear varieties, but if you ask me name a pear variety, I would not be able to. Although I did look it up, and there are some varieties of pear that have king in their name, so... And there was a Davis Cup, but Davis Cup ended up being right, so... Yeah, Stimulants was pretty great. Oh, it's the song. Oh yeah, you did get robbed with Popeye the Sailor Man. That's the first time I've ever seen a logic failure in Jeopardy like that. In that version of Jeopardy. Where you picked the right answer and it said it was wrong. Now, Family Feud on the PS2 does that all the time. You always gotta watch out for that. I remember there's one time, I think I have this on stream. I think this happened while I was streaming Family Feud. There was, I forget the question, but it was something like, name a place you go to at night or something. I don't know. Something where these would be reasonable answers. I guess, theater. And it popped up cinema. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So then the board ends, and one of the answers that was still on the board was theater. So that was a big logic fail there. If you look through my Stream VOD channel on YouTube, you might be able to find that. It's not really organized that well. It's more of an archive thing than an actual, like, stream highlights thing. Although I have been told I should make a highlight of the end of Evangelion part of the stream yesterday. I think that would probably be too long for a clip. I mean, you could clip it. You could find the optimal minute in there and clip it. But it could also be a whole highlight, which is a feature that no one uses. Or if they do, it's just to save their full streams, and then they and Twitch yells at them when they have 6,000 hours of footage that Twitch does not want to pay to store anymore. I bet whenever I upload that bot to YouTube, one of the midis is going to get content claimed. Because that does happen sometimes. A MIDI will get content claimed as the song that it is a MIDI of. Is it legal to listen to Panama when you're in Japan, which is a country that is distinctly not Panama? Oh, well, I'm going to jail then. Oh, something I don't think I ever told anyone. But I did, I've done like league racing in Gran Turismo 7 for a couple years now. And the league that I used to do it stopped doing league races because no one did them there anymore. So they told everyone to go to this other league called ALR. And I did that. I just finished my first season of that, and they have like currently they have 7 divisions or tiers of drivers, so they get sorted based on how good you are at the game. And somehow I ended up in the top tier. Like I did my you have to do a placement race where they basically make sure you're a competent driver and don't crash into other people. So I did that. I passed. And based on that, they put me in the top tier, and I was like, uh-oh. I'm just gonna get last every race and immediately fall to tier 2. But that actually didn't happen. I did not get last in any session. Qualifying or sprint race or feature race. So that's good. I did finish in the back half for a lot of the races, especially the first few, but eventually got a lot of midfield results. I got like 6 8th places in like 8 races or something. I got a lot of 8th places almost in a row. But then this last race, I actually won the sprint race, which is really cool. I did not think I was going to ever get a podium or win in that division, but I did, so that's cool. And I think that means I'll actually get to stay in the tier for next season. I don't know for sure, but I'm fairly confident I have done well enough to stay in tier 1. They have like an ELO system, so everyone is ranked against everyone else. And before the last race, I was like ranked 18th, but that tends to be about the cutoff for tier 1, from what I've seen. Just because like not everyone who did the last season is going to do the next one. But also because I won the sprint race, and I got 5th in the feature race, that should bump my rating up a bit. So I think I'll end up around 15th in the overall ELO rankings, which I think that will be just good enough for tier 1, hopefully. But it's not a guarantee. Oh my god. Wow, I got killed by the AI there. I heard the car coming and then wham, you get destroyed from behind. Whoop. Man, I wish Paige. I guess I'll say what I said a minute ago again, because I think you might be interested in it, Paige. I've been doing a league in GT7 called ALR, or Aero League Racing, because GTSRL stopped doing league racing because no one was doing it anymore. And I ended up in the top tier out of like 7 tiers, which I didn't think was going to happen. I thought it was probably going to end up in tier 2, but I ended up in tier 1. And I thought I was going to get like last in every session, but I didn't. I didn't get last in any session. And in fact, this last week I actually won a race. So I think I did well enough to stay in the top tier for the next season, which is cool. That being said, I do think I kind of want to cut back on how much like league racing I've been doing, which is to say, I don't know if I'm gonna do the V-Track again this season. I had a lot of fun with ACC, but I still don't know exactly how it works, like all the nuances and whatnot. Track selection looks pretty cool though. Track selection is tempting. And it's not that much of a commitment. So maybe I'll do it again. I don't know. I'll think on it. Yeah, I want more time to like work on projects of my own. Also, it's not V-Track, it's just Track EU. V-Track is they have another division like specifically for VTubers, which I guess I could qualify for. But I've not been doing that one. I should just do this at least one time. Oh, it didn't really work, did it? I wanted to wall ride there, but I think this car turns so well that you can't really do it. Yeah, I just don't know if I want to commit to doing anything else in ACC, especially if I try to get into iRacing again. Maybe that could be interesting to stream, trying to actually get into iRacing. Or maybe it could be boring, who knows? Replay's done. Like how these endurance races, it just gives up halfway. Like, don't have any more space for the replay. It's done now. GT3 does that as well. I don't remember if GT1 or 2 will pop a message, or if they do just save the whole replay. I imagine they cannot save the whole replay. If the PS2 games can't do it, I can't imagine the PS1 games can. I've not played Le Mans Ultimate. I've heard it's pretty decent these days. So it could be worth giving a try. AMS2 I have tried. This feels kind of dry, but maybe if you find the right league or something, it's good. I mean, I've heard good things about it too, so I'm sure it's good in the right hands. Basically, the Project Cars 3 that should have been. All that being said, I actually quite liked Project Cars 3. And had they fixed like the UI issues and added more like gameplay modes, I think that game could have been legitimately good. But they didn't really market it the right way. They marketed it as a sequel to Project Cars 2, which it kind of isn't really. It's kind of its own thing. Despite having most of the same... Like, it has most of the same cars and tracks, but like the gameplay loop is quite different. Yeah, maybe I'll have to give LMU a try at some point. Oh, exciting news. I went to Wendy's today. I got some chicken nuggets and fries. Wendy's nuts. Ooh, you got me. My dad wanted a fish sandwich, but they weren't selling them anymore. Presumably they were selling them because of Lent, and now Lent is over, so they don't sell them anymore. So they were like, oh, do you want anything else to replace it? And I should have asked for a chicken sandwich, because I know he wants a chicken sandwich over a burger, but I forgot. So I said burger. And then I got home and he was like, I can't eat this. And I felt a bit bad, but then my mom and him swapped meals because she got chicken nuggets, so it all worked out in the end. Crisis averted. They were also out of honey mustard sauce, so I ended up with 6 ranch sauces, which is a lot of ranch sauce. But if you like ranch, there you go. I still need to go to Cookout again. I have not been there in years. And I've been talking about how I need to go to Cookout again, and I haven't done it. Maybe later this week. We should. We need to meet up and go to Cookout and kidnap Vespa and take them to IKEA and kill them, and then what other place have we been meaning to eat at? Dairy Queen? I mean, we've already been to Dairy Queen. It's a known entity. Where do we want to go that we haven't eaten at? Did we want to go to Waffle House again at some point? Was that a discussion that we had? Oh, we can do that. I mean, we could also go to Dairy Queen again. I mean, we need to see multiple different locations to see if they all have abandoned the pull drop mark method. Hope you enjoyed that normal motion pit stop. There's probably a Zaxby's near your area. There's plenty near me, and you're not that far away from me. But yeah, I know I keep saying it, but the 3 of us do need to meet up again soon. Or for the first time in the case of Vespa. Vespa, I promise we won't actually kill you. It's only a joke. I mean, I can give you I can give you an amount of money that you may or may not need, and then you can pay me back if you want, Hammy. Paige, I don't want to kill you. I like you. I want you to stay alive, Paige. I mean, if you want to be killed, we can talk about it. We can arrange a date and time and a place. It can be done. We should look at that. Lap 53 of 60. Christmas, just a week away. Coma for a week or two might be fun. Yeah, I could probably, yeah, I can probably figure out a way to injure you to the point of coma, but not to death. Try to do it with like minimal permanent damage. Yeah, when I was a kid and waiting for Gran Turismo 5 to come out, I was like so hyped for that game that I had daydreams about like, oh, I wonder if there is a way for me to just like skip ahead until the day this game comes out. If I can skip ahead to until November 2nd, 2010, so that I can play Gran Turismo 5 immediately. And then wake up and get ready to play the game and find out that it's been delayed another 3 weeks. Oh, gotta go back in the coma machine. Well, I don't think I've ever been as hyped for a game before or since. I mean, I've come close with a few games, but GT5 was on another level. Aw, thank you, Paige. Sometimes I wish I wasn't a cis male, but what can you do? Going into a coma until GTA comes out. We don't even know when it's out yet, though. You need to like input a wake up date, and you're not gonna know what that date is. I mean, I guess you could guess. But yeah, I think the games in my life I've been the most hyped for GT5. GT7, I was pretty hyped for that one, actually. Like, in terms of, like, modern games, it's probably that one and, like, Splatoon 2. And then older games, probably, like, Smash Brawl. That was another huge one, Smash Brawl. And, there's a little game called Marble Saga Koronpa, which is a sequel to Koronpa Marble Mania. I was hugely excited for that game as well as a kid. That was like 2009. I was extremely excited for that one. Or just pick a date less than 2 years out, and then you'll be fine. Do you like December 2026? Yeah, Kath, I've been talking about games that I was like really hyped for when they came out, and that was one of them. I was somewhat disappointed by that game. The physics in it were not as good as they were in the first game. Well, I'm only 3 laps ahead with 3 to go. I don't know. This might be tough to win. Yeah, the shake is a bit... It's something alright, like you said. They did not have that in any other Gran Turismo game as far as I'm aware. I wonder if Tourist Trophy has it, or if you have a collision large enough to cause a screen shake if you just fall off the bike in that game. Yeah, that is a decent amount of travel for sure. I was not hyped for Smash 3DS because I did not have a 3DS at the time. I was hyped for the Wii U version though. Not as much as like I was for Brawl. I think the hype for Wii U was not as great because the 3DS version also existed. But even then, I think if you combine 3DS and Wii U, it was not as much as the hype for Brawl. Brawl was on another level. Good night, Paige. Thanks for stopping by. Had fun chatting with you. I will tell the gold trophy that Paige said hi. Have a good night. Yeah, Subspace Emissary was something. And just the way they like advertise that game before release with the dojo. You got news every day. They put Sonic the Hedgehog in that game. Can you believe? That's like if pigs fly. Like they would never put they would never put Mario's fiercest rival in Super Smash Brothers, and they've done it. They did it. And then they went out and did the 100-meter dash as well. Like, these guys were enemies for so long and now they're friends? Like, come on. And Solid Snake too. It's the final lap. Oh, I did get a best lap, a new best lap relatively recently. In that last stint. I was vaguely trying to get one, but unable to, and then I just did it without trying. That's how it goes sometimes. You just zone out and get a good lap in. Alright, that is race 1 of 3 done. Well, I gotta cross the line and then it will be race 1 of 3 done. It's race 1 of 3 done. That is 608 of the 611 achievements in this game. And it only took an hour and 18 minutes. That's a fairly quick endurance race. Paige says hi, gold trophy. Alright, time for race 2. So we can do either, yeah. We can do Le Mans, Monaco. I'm leaning towards Monaco, Seoul Central, and Finian Laguna Seca. Unless anyone objects, I'm gonna do Monaco. Because that's like the Formula 1 race. Go faux writ? Okay. Tokyo is kind of a fast track. This is a very slow track. This is on the actual Formula 1 calendar, this track. It is the only track where it is less than 305 kilometers because it is so short. Let's get straight into it. Might have to take a BRB at some point soon, but I'll hold off for now. I gotta get ready to drive. This race might take a little bit longer than the last one, if I had to guess. This might be in the order of like an hour and 30 to hour 40, but we'll see. I don't think anyone's modded any custom courses into a Gran Turismo game. People have modded custom cars into Gran Turismo 2. And people have like ported cars from like other versions of Gran Turismo into 4 and 3, I think. Hello, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. Alright, that was a terrible lap. Alright. Hopefully this is a fairly fast lap. I wanted to get an idea of like what the lap times are going to be here. To get an idea of how long this is going to be. Because this is definitely not the fastest of these endurance races. 5 I could have chosen. I mean, the last one wasn't either. I think High Speed Ring would have been faster. I think the Oval would have been extremely fast. Oval might have been under an hour, honestly. But I thought Tokyo would be more interesting, and also chat won at Tokyo. Oh, this is really gonna be like a minute 20 laps. Yeah, this is gonna be this might be in the hour 40 range, hour 45. I'm sure the chat and Ember will keep me entertained, and Jeffrey and Rich. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You can use channel points to make them speak.
Entertains you.
Ooh, I've been entertained. Very nice. I've hit that every lap so far. I'm gonna let you in on a little trick here. You don't actually have to brake for this corner. You can just wall ride it. And that is faster than doing it properly. I wonder if you can wall ride that corner as well. A really tight hairpin. I'll have to give it a try. But yeah, I wanted to get Mouse and Susan working as well, and maybe the clown as well. Because there is apparently, I realized this, I remember this when I was working on making the voices for the other characters. I actually made a voice for the clown as well, but it's never used. So the problem is that the voices that I used for those, I think, so the Ember, Jeffrey, Rich are all like Microsoft voices, but the other characters are Google voices, and I think Google changed their voices, so like they don't sound right anymore. But it would be inauthentic. And I'm all about the authenticity. I suppose I could still do it with like the inauthentic voices. But I don't know if it'd be, I mean, it probably doesn't matter, it's probably fine, but I feel like it might be slightly weird given that the main characters, as I like to call them, their voices are all identical. So it's like it's really them, whereas the other characters, like, they're imposters. Can't have that. Also, I don't know if the Google voices are like too AI now. Like, I don't know if Google has like AI-ified all of their text-to-speech stuff. Could do like Amazon Poly, which that's what Heck maybe uses. And they have like multiple tiers of voices, so like some of them are the AI voices, but also some of them are the not AI voices. And I like the not AI voices. I don't think it's that expensive. I don't remember Amazon's plan. I used it for making the Hell Junior voices for the Salco X Heck maybe game I made, but I imagine it can't have been more than a couple pennies. But I already have an account because I have an EC2 instance that I use for Budspot, and I haven't had Budspot online for like close to a year now, so I should really Should really turn that off. Posting a couple other minor things, but they don't really matter. I don't think anyone has used Tinbot in my server for years. You want to have an AI voice that was trained off your own voice. I mean, I don't know how it's done. I guess you could ask them that. I don't think it would be that much effort. Yeah, I think Simul discontinued the phone a friend, or it hasn't been an option for a while now. I don't know if it broke or what. Oh, that makes sense. Computer couldn't handle it. Hopefully he gets a new one soon. I know he's been threatening to do it for a while now. But then the 5000 series graphic cards came out and sucked. And then the economy happened. So, who knows? I had been considering getting a 5080 or something like that. And then I was like, I'm no longer considering getting a 5080. Maybe the 6000 cards will be good. Yeah, I think when you built your computer is probably about the best time to build one since the pandemic. Because when the pandemic hit, the prices skyrocketed for a bit there. And they sort of leveled off a bit, and now they're getting higher again, I think. For some things. And also Bitcoin mining was a big contributor as well for GPUs. Oh, my tires are really unhappy now. Okay. Looks like 8 laps is the most you can do, and really you can hardly do 8 laps. Why do they say I want fuel? I don't need fuel right now. That's fine. Just putting a smidge. You don't actually lose time. I'm still in the lead, even though no one else has pitted yet, so that's cool. Bodes well. Yeah, losing an endurance race would be rough. I don't know if I've ever actually lost like an hour-long endurance race. Maybe in I was trying to think they have some hour-long races in GT7 that are kind of challenging. I wonder if maybe I lost one of those, but I probably what I did was I did it for like 10 minutes, realized I don't think I'm going to win, and then I reset. There was one race in my GT4 playthrough where it was kind of touch and go for a while. It was the 1,000 miles race, which I did. You only have to do one of them for the Retro Achievements run. I did the one in Opera Paris, and I was racing against the Shelby Cobra, which is a much faster car than my car. So it was actually quite tricky for a while there. I eventually figured out that if I switched to the faster tire and did like an extra stop or two, it would be faster overall, and that's what helped me win the race. I might not have actually won had I not changed my strategy. And even then, that was like a 2-hour, 45-minute race that I won by like 45 seconds, maybe. And I mentioned the race in Forza Motorsport. I've had a couple in Forza Motorsport too that were like that. That was like a couple seconds from losing. Hi Zane. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, most races of this length, Cammy, are still just the one driver driving the whole race. But once you get into like more than like over 3 hours, like 4 hours or more, usually that you've got multiple drivers. Yeah, like, I mean, this is the same length as a Formula 1 race. Actually, all of the races in this championship are the same length as they would be in a Formula 1 race, so... Essentially, assuming I do the third race tonight as well, I will have done 3 Formula 1 length races on this stream. At least you don't have to do the 24-hour races for retro achievements. That would be rough. And that would have put me off actually trying to 100% this set. Even if I have still put in like over 150 hours just for this one achievement set. I think close to that at least. I don't remember how many hours I had on PCSX2 in this game before I went for the set. I don't think it was that many. It is on a bonus set, yeah. All the 24-hour races are on the bonus set. I might go for some of the bonus set achievements. Some of them are not that hard. And I mean, the 24-hour races are not hard, per se. You know, they're not any more difficult than this is in terms of pace against the AI. But the challenge comes from, you know, actually spending 24 hours of your life doing them. And there's 3 of them, so spending 72 hours of your life doing those races, if you want to do them in A-Spec mode. I have 100% of this game before on another playthrough, but for that I use B-Spec mode for those. In fact, I use B-Spec mode for like probably a majority of the game. Just for like 100% purposes. A different version of this song is a Need for Speed Underground 2. Fun fact. And yeah, this car is the Formula Gran Turismo. It is the fastest car in this game. They demonstrated taking that turn at 30 miles an hour. But you can't really take it at much more than that because it is a very slow corner. There's also this view. I'm sick of this view. It's the one I am comfortable with. I used to use this view all the time playing these games, but eventually I've switched over to this view. I feel like it lets me see what I'm doing better. The only racing games or like arcade games I will use this few, but the only like simulation or syndicate games where I'll use this few are the 360 era, Xbox One era Forza Motorsport games. The new one I will use this few. Project Cars 1 and 2 I would use the roof cams, so kind of like this. I cannot get on with the roof cam in Gran Turismo games. But yeah, most games these days I use this few. Makes you think of Sonic running really fast. I don't think you're the only person who feels that way. I feel like I've heard that from multiple people. I think Monotone Tim might have also mentioned it when she played Metropolis Street Racer on stream the other day. I ought to go back and watch more of that pod. I watched the first like hour and a bit of it, but I had to stop because it was VHS night time. Had to do VHS night. And then VHS night ended and she was still streaming, so I watched more of it. I had to watch The Cat in the Hat on VHS. Watch the whole movie. It's a painful movie to watch. What's weird about The Cat in the Hat is like it's a terrible movie, but you can tell like, oh, they could have done such and such different. Like they could have adjusted the tone like a surprisingly small amount, and it actually would have been like a decent to good movie. If it was just a little more self-aware and a little less stereotypical, I think they could have made something half decent out of it. They didn't though. And yeah, it is a very short movie. I mean, it's a kids movie. But not all kids' movies are short. Like, the Pixar movies are pretty long. But they also have more substance than The Cat in the Hat does. I also like the Ford Focuses with the covered rear wheels. That everyone in the entire movie drives except for the one guy who has a Ford Thunderbird. Which incidentally is the same car that that Mary Jane dreams about in the Spider-Man movie. I feel like we've already watched Spider-Man multiple times for movie night. Like, I feel like we re-watched that at some point. But I would not be against rewatching it again. It might have been to show it to you, Vespa. Yeah. But yeah, there are some really good scenes in that first Spider-Man movie. There's a scene where Mary Jane thinks about Thunderbird. Scene where the Green Goblin just destroys his mother's house, or no, his aunt's house. That's a good movie. So was Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 3 could go either way. And then they made the movies with the other guy that weren't very good. And then they made the movies with the other guy, and I don't think I've seen any of those. I feel like we're about due for another Spider-Man reboot at this point. They keep doing it like every 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a movie in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I might have seen like part of the first Iron Man or something. Just because it was on TV, not like actively watching it. But yeah, generally superhero movies have never interested me that much. I do like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. I think those are very good. I feel like I would probably like the Batman movies. But I've not seen most of them. I've seen the one that you're supposed to see. I've seen Batman and Robin. Is it bad that I actually kind of liked Batman and Robin? It's got a very like 90s movie vibe that I quite enjoy. I like the scene setup and the coloring of everything. It's got a 90s futurism vibe that I really like. I would be down to rewatch Batman and Robin if anyone wanted to. This is something probably no one has ever said ever, but there you go. Well, calling that one a classic is questionable, but I know what you're going at. But we have to watch Bochi first. That's the rule. Sorry. I want to watch more like famously bad movies. I want to see, what is it, Battlefield Earth, the one from 2000 that's really bad. I think that also is going to have like 90s futurism vibes that I will quite like. And liberal use of the Dutch angle. And I want to see more Neil Breen stuff as well. I think I've only seen like the first couple movies he's made. He's made some new ones since then. I don't know if they're any good or not. Good as in bad. If they're bad in a good way, you know. I don't know. Chat, what is your favorite bad movie? I think my favorite bad movie, and it's probably the obvious answer, or the cliche answer, would be The Room. A classic in the genre of bad movies. Perhaps the Citizen Kane of that genre. I've never actually seen Citizen Kane. But I hear Citizen Kane is the Citizen Kane of movies, so I should probably watch it at some point in my life. I have a feeling if I watched Citizen Kane, I would come away thinking, I didn't really like this that much. I know nothing about the movie. I could be completely wrong. But as the vibe of something where I'd be like, eh, it's whatever. Not for me. That's my review. I'm going to put that on my Letterboxd account that I don't have right now. It's going to write a review for Citizen Kane, which I haven't seen. It's like the people that write reviews for like Amazon products or Walmart products that haven't actually bought them. I'm going to do that for movies. Just review it based on vibes. I am not familiar with pod people, but I imagine it's bad. It sounds like it could be bad. That'd be pretty bad on the vibes meter, which is how I reviewed all movies on my Letterboxd account that I don't have. I saw Mac and Me at one point not too long ago. That's not very good. I don't think it's necessarily as bad as everyone makes it out to be, but it's not good. But yeah, I should watch more movies. Should also watch more anime. I have fallen off. What gear am I in? I've fallen off the anime wagon since Anime Night fell off the wagon. Yeah, maybe we just need to bring back Anime Night, but do it in a way that less people get upset over. I don't know if anyone really got upset over it, just people got burnt out / a string of animes came out that people didn't really want to watch. Yeah, most of the stuff we used to do like weekly kind of fallen off to doing it weekly. I remember at one point, this probably would have been, when would this have been? Would this have been 2019 maybe? Maybe, or like 2021 perhaps. We were doing stuff like 5 nights a week. There was movie night, there was anime night, there was other anime night where we watched My Hero Academia. There was 2 D&D nights. I don't know if I want to go back to having stuff 5 nights a week like that, because that was a lot. But it would be nice to have something. I know there's the D&D thing that we were talking about doing at the start of the year and kind of got put on the burner a little bit, but I still want to do that. I found an image of the character I made for the D&D campaign that we never actually ended up doing, and I realized that I made that image 5 years ago, which means it's been 5 years since I've been in a D&D campaign, which is kind of crazy. VHS Night was more regular. I am trying to make that more regular again, as like an every other week thing. I don't think that necessarily works as an every week thing, because it's kind of niche. But I have a bunch of tapes and I need to watch them. Doesn't help that I bought more tapes recently, so the wheel is bigger again. That always happens. I try to get the wheel smaller, and then just before I get it to like actually be small, I end up buying a bunch more tapes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess one of the things preventing us from starting the D&D, the new D&D campaign, was that I didn't actually have a character. It'd be kind of funny if I just used the character I made like half a decade ago, but also it probably wouldn't work with the theme of whatever the campaign is. And also I'd want to make a new character anyway, but it'd be fun to incorporate them in some way into the campaign. God, did Tattletale really end in 2020? Surely not, right? That was like 21, right? Even that's a while ago. At least that's better than 2020, right? 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 It might have been 2020. This race is cool because whenever I do a Gran Turismo 3 playthrough for Retro Achievements, which I might do after this, just because this is a good, these oh, okay, come on. Gran Turismo games are good at a zone out game for me. Was that of 2020, Cammy? Jeez, that ended almost 5 years ago then, which is crazy to think about. I remember I made Barry Camber in 27 thinking, oh, he's a few years older than me. And now he's a few years younger than me, and that's scary. What happened what happened in the past 5 years that it's been 5 years? It should have been like 2 years. 2020 was 2 years ago, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I feel like absolutely nothing happened last year. And also, I was thinking about it, it's been like, what? This is April? So March, February, January. Yeah, it's been like 5 months since we last met up, Cammy. It feels like it's been like 1 month, but no, it's been 5. A lot happened for you, Vespa. Yeah, I guess if a lot has happened for you, it feels, you know, longer. For me, not much has happened. I think working from home contributes to it to some extent. Because I'm not out and about as much as I was. I would say I have fewer, like, interacting with people IRL experiences than I used to before, it would have been the start of 2022 that I, left that job, which that doesn't feel real either. It's been over 3 years since I left the job that I had. Feels like it should be about 1 year. Yeah, me too, Cammy. I mean, I did meet up with a lot of people already. Because I went to MagFest. And I met a bunch of people there. And then I met Girza and some of her friends, which was fun. Did not need any fuel. Yeah, especially if you're like able to drive by the time MagFest happens next year, Vespa, you would definitely just be able to commute to it if you wanted to. I mean, I kind of could. I feel like I might end up getting a hotel room next year, or just because the commute actually wore on me more than I thought it would. It was also like a novel, somewhat stressful situation for me, and when I'm in novel and or stressful situations, I intend to not eat or drink much, and therefore I was somewhat, I guess, de-energized by the last day, which is to say, Saturday, I think. So I ended up actually not going the last day, which I kind of regret, but oh well. But the commute would be significantly less bad for you than for me. because you're closer to it than I am. But also, if we didn't want to like buy a hotel, I mean, Vespa's place is not that far away. Yeah, I'm also kind of allergic to cats, so I mean we can be allergic together. And that being said, I'm not allergic to cat girls. If you're a cat girl, hit me up. Yeah, I mean, we could probably also get a hotel up in the area, maybe. You do kind of have to get a little bit lucky. And if it's going to be anything like last year, which I assume it will be, you have to enter in a hotel lottery. But yeah, MagFest was kind of crazy because I had like people from 3 different friend groups all there that I got to see all of them at the same time. And there's other people I know who also have said they want to go next year. That doesn't mean they will. So a long way to even know if they can or not, or if they still want to. And if they decide not to go, I will find them and kill them. That's not true. But I will kill Vespa regardless of whether I see her at MagFest or not. It's also not true. Oh, I meant to do this earlier, but I forgot. Cammy, would you mind changing the game on Twitch from Gran Turismo 4 to Retro? I did not know if more people would find the stream from Gran Turismo 4 or from Retro. Because, like, GT4 has a fair number of followers. But I figured I would try both and see what happens. And I feel like this is a good point because it's about the halfway point of the second race. Thank you, Cammy. This is, after all, technically a retro achievement stream. So yeah, I guess I should talk about how I got here. Well, you know, beyond the birds and the bees, I mean, like, how I got here in terms of Gran Turismo 4. So yeah, I've beaten this game before, but I did a retro achievement playthrough. I started it probably about a year ago now, and I just do it off and on. Like, I'll get in the mood every now and then, and I'll play this game for a few days, and then I'll play something else. This is not a game you want to do in one sitting, or like, without playing any other games in between, because it's so long. Replay is done, by the way. So the achievement set in this game is kind of interesting. In that, well, this game is kind of interesting. You can choose not to do the races in this game, because they have A spec and B spec. A spec is you do the races. B spec is you have the computer do the races for you, but you tell the computer how fast to go. Which is kind of silly, but whatever. They tried something new, and it, I don't know. They expanded on it in future and newer Gran Turismo games, which is, say, 5 and 6. And 5, they made it like an integral part of the gameplay experience where you have to do A spec and B spec. And then in 6, they just kind of shoehorned it in an update and like, here you go. And then 7, they got rid of it. But for the purposes of achievements, you're not allowed to use B spec, apart from the one achievement that you get for doing a race in B spec. But otherwise, everything has to be done in A spec. But some of the events in this game are extremely long. Like I mentioned before, there are 3 different races that take 24 actual real-life hours to complete. You are not required to do those for the main set, which is very nice. Even if that means you actually don't have to get 100% completion to master this game. I would have thought they would have required you to do them in B-Spec. If I was making this achievement set, I would have required 100%, but I would have allowed you to use B-Spec. Because that's how the game does it. But that's not how the achievement set maker did it, and that's totally fine. They also have several hundred achievements that involve you using specific cars. Most of them are just win a race with this car. Getting a certain number of A-Spec points. A-Spec points just being the difficulty of the race based on what other opponents you have. And those are not good achievements in my opinion. They are mind-numbing. They basically just involve doing 2 laps around the smallest track in the game. And like 200 different cars for like 10 hours. I should have put it there. This will be a fun map. And some of those cars, so some of the endurance races you don't have to do. However, some of the car achievements require you to unlock the car in endurance races that you don't have to do. But the only way to get that car is to do those endurance races. Which is kind of counterintuitive, but the achievement developer intends for you to use a 100% save to use those cars. Which I don't agree with that design philosophy. But that's how the set developer did it. I looked into doing it without using 100% save, but I came to the conclusion that that would be infeasible without playing for about like dozens more hours, so I figured I would just do it the way they intended it to be done. Which is to say, use 100% save for those achievements. Normally, you are not allowed to do that for retro achievements, but this game is an exception. Yeah, my rear tires are completely dead now. Yeah, and also this car here, this Formula car, the only way to get it normally is to do the Nürburgring 24-hour endurance race. One of the races that takes 24 real-life hours to do if you're not doing it in V-Spec mode. So literally the achievement description, which you cannot read on my stream because the layout is messed up and the text is too long, and I need to figure out how to fix it. I sort of came to the conclusion that it may not be possible to fix it in the way I want to, so might need to figure out an alternate method there. But basically the achievement description says, hey, you should borrow a save file to get this car. Which I don't know how I feel about that. But it is what it is. This and GT5 are the only Gran Turismo games that have that issue of absurdly long races. GT5 is arguably worse because you have to do them. You can't just use B-Spec to cheese them and do them in 8 hours, or use emulators and fast forward them and do them in like 2 hours. But it also only has 2 24-hour races instead of 3, so that's something, I guess. But yeah, Gran Turismo 5, the only mainline Gran Turismo game that I've never 100%ed for that reason. Because in GT4 you can just B-Spec it. In GT5 you cannot. But at some point I do kind of want to play through GT5 again. I think that could be fun, maybe. I want to play through GT5 Prologue again as well. I kind of wanted to do that yesterday, because I remember I got that game on Easter in 2010. So it would be like 15 years of me having had GT5 Prologue. That game is like the most synonymous video game to Easter for me because of that. Or maybe I got it the day before Easter. I don't know. Or no, it may have been if I got it 2010, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to remember if I had that Monday off, because I have a vague memory of playing it like the day after I got it, and I got it on Sunday. I might have had school on Monday. Unless we had Easter Monday off, but I don't think we had Easter Monday off there. At my high school we did, but not at my middle school, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know if I would play through them on stream, but kind of want to play through at least GT5 Prologue on our PCS3 just to see how well they emulate. I think they emulate reasonably well now. GT6 still has issues, I think. You can run it up to like a certain version number, but then like after the game came out, they changed the way they calculated the lighting or something like that, and the RPCS3 cannot handle that new way of calculating it. Which is a strange thing to do, but they did it. And it's kind of unfortunate because you'd want to play, you know, the latest version so you can get all the content, but... GT5 you can use the latest version. Although, I think you want a few versions before the latest version, because they, in the other versions, they didn't add any new content, but they did, like, patch some... it was only, like, minor bug fixes, and they patched out the online. So you actually want to use a slightly before the last version of that game to get the best experience. And also there's a mod that lets you just get all the DLC. You know, I love playing the racing games. But yeah, going back to your question like hours ago of what Gran Turismo games should you play, my suggestion would be either GT1, GT4, or GT7. Whichever one of those is the most appealing to you. I know you've already done a little bit of GT4. Hold on, my eye is itchy. I must scratch my eyeball. Okay. Make sure I do not hit the exit button by mistake. There's also, if I'm not bored enough with Gran Turismo 4, I could do the GT4 Spec 2 mod. That has an achievement set that the Atommeister made. Who I know, we did, we're both in a racing game server, and then we did, GT Thursdays a lot, that Cammy, if you remember GT Thursdays. The guy that made the Spec 2 mod was part of that. So I feel slightly bad that I haven't actually checked out that mod yet, but when it came out I was already well into this playthrough for retro achievements, and I figured, well, I should finish this. And well, now I'm about to. Try and master every Gran Turismo game. I'm close to it. I just have GT3 to do, which I've not touched that for retro achievements. That one, I've 100% of that game in the past. Probably streamed that in the aviary at some point, because that was a few years ago. And that game gets very repetitive towards the end, so it's a bit of a slog. And I wouldn't be able to cheat the save states to get the roulette car that I wanted each time. I'm thinking trade cars in that game. Maybe you can trade cars. I don't know if that'd be allowed for GT3 or not. And then there's GT PSP, which that one wouldn't be too bad apart from the endurance race achievements that were made specifically for retro achievements. So one of them is like 8 hours long that you have to do. It's like a 4-hour one as well, and a couple 2-hour ones, I think. But like they're doable. And then I would still have to like actually beat the game, which is to say get S rank in every track. I had made some progress towards that, but then I accidentally forgot to save that game and lost like several hours of progress. So that kind of put me off actually doing that. And the only other game would be the GT4 subset, which I don't really want to go for. At least not everything in there. It would have been nice for the update that lets you have subsets in with the regular sets. Could have been out when I was doing the playthrough, because there are some subset achievements that you just get through normal playthrough if you don't get any penalties in like the off-road events, for instance. But also, I was thinking about it, and like, surely it would have been easier to just implement it the way that they're going to do now, which is to say you get achievements for all the subsets in the base game as well. Like, surely that would have been easier than the way they've done it, than they're doing it now, where like you have to have a separate hash of the game. Like, surely they could just pick like which achievements belong in which set on their server side. I don't know why they ever chose to do it the way they did it, but whatever. They're gonna do it the right way now. So. I mean, it's more the time commitment than anything else for those endurance achievements. I mean, I'm not gonna say never. Maybe I'll do like a stream incentive or something where I do one of those races. I've also never I've never stayed up for 24 hours in a row in my life, I don't think. I've never successfully pulled an all-nighter. I require sleep. We could always like pause it and do 2 12-hour stints. That's boring. That's cowardice. And if I had to do a 24-hour stream, I'd consider a 24-hour endurance race stream. I watched someone do one like probably a month or so ago at this point, which is pretty cool. Like, not the whole 24 hours, but I watched them for several hours. I do have another stream idea that would take an indeterminate length, but it could be long depending on how things go. Where I want to, I don't know if I should say it on stream or not, if I should keep it a total surprise, but I think I'll just say it. Because I think I've said it before is the thing. I want to try and master all of the data design platformers in a row on one stream. I have no idea how long that would take. My guess in my heart of hearts is roughly 12 hours, but I could be completely wrong. I know Vespa did all of them. I don't know how long she took to do them. I don't know. I feel like that could be like a big stream that I announce in advance when I'm going to do it. Kind of like the CDI stream as well, which needs to happen. I've had, speaking of time being too long, I've had that CDI for a year and I've used it, what, once or twice for testing. I need to actually do stuff with it. It's got like a brand new clock capacitor and whatnot. I paid like above the going rate for that thing so I could get one in really good condition. I need to use it more. And my 3DO as well. I need to actually get like a couple of actual 3DO games. And I need to get a couple more actual CDI games as well. I need to get Tetris. Low-key hoping to find a copy at a local game store. But would you believe it or not, they tend to not have very many CDI games. One of them has had a copy of Burn Cycle for the CDI for a while, but have not gotten that. And like I probably have like 10 CDI games already, so I have a decent number for that. I only have like one for the 3DO though. I have that golf game. Excuse me. The Pebble Beach Golf Links or whatever. That I also have for the Sega Saturn. But the 3DO version does not have that guy. Which makes the Saturn version infinitely better. Hey X, how are you doing? Hope you've been well. Your rigs are sitting well. Sometimes that's all you can do. Just doing a bunch of endurance races in GT4, hoping to close out the achievement set tonight, provided I do not get too tired. It's been going alright so far. I did a race around Tokyo, and then this is the second race I've been doing around Monaco, and then the last one probably will be the Nürburgring. And then there's one more bonus race after that. For the make this your final achievement, which I intend to make my final achievement. Oops. But yeah, I need to get around to like burning discs for my CDI so I can actually finally get around to doing the CDI stream that I've been wanting to do for forever. And make like a little custom layout for it as well. Finally, we can all learn how to be Burger King employees. Oh, that disc I've already made. Was that the first disc I burnt? That might have been. It's a very important disc to have. CTI art style PNG tuber, that would be good. I did not consider that, but I did want to make like a sidebar that looks like the CDI menu. Oh no, my tires. Oh, they're very gone. Accidentally stayed out a lap too long. Not that it really... Oh god. Not that it really matters, because I'm like 2 laps ahead. Yeah, all I need to do for that stream is just burn the discs. I already know what games I want to do. I just gotta make the discs and then make the layout. And then I can do it. And then probably like advertise it in advance. Which is something I usually don't do for my streams. Maybe I should do it more often, but usually I'm just like, I'm streaming, come watch. Yeah, I just like, I go live and then I just post the link to Blue Sky and and Discord servers. And I don't know if anyone actually puts on it from Blue Sky or from Twitter, which I regrettably still post stream links to, but I don't post anything else there really. All my actual posting, which admittedly is not much, but the actual posting I do, I only do on Blue Sky these days. I would get rid of Twitter entirely, but I just have... There's too many people I follow there who have not switched over, which is annoying. Oh yeah, Blue Sky doesn't let you hide retweets, that is true. Yeah, I remember there was someone I followed who they retweeted like 1,000 things, and I just had to mute them entirely, because I can't be having that many retweets on my timeline, sorry. Try to keep my timeline fairly streamlined, because I do still stick with the actual timeline mode. The algorithm-based view, I cannot jive with that. Not a fan. This is why I've never really gotten on with Instagram either, because it's all just like, here's what we think you will like. And not like, here is a list of what everyone has posted that you follow in chronological order. So basically, I'll just check Instagram like once every few days to a week and just like see what people are posting there. Usually I follow like the local game stores or stuff like that where they don't have a Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever. I never really liked the Tumblr form of social media either. Which is why I never really got on with co-host either, because it was a bit too much like Tumblr for me. Yeah, I respect what co-host was trying to do, even if they didn't succeed. And even if it wasn't, you know, necessarily for me. I bought a couple weeks of their ad page. I forget what it was called. The Artist Alley, something like that. I bought a couple weeks of that to link to Salamander County, just to see if it would do anything. I don't think it did. that. It's still an interesting experiment. Oh yeah, yeah. When you raided Taffy Rabbit, and they complained about Rune Racers, I was like, we need to figure out some way of inviting them into our Sonic Kart server. So we were literally talking about, oh, we need to figure out a way of forming a new Sonic Kart community. And there you go. Yeah, I saw she had a skin as well, because it was one of the spinning emotes. I should give her stream a follow. I don't think I'm following her yet. Often late at night. I could use some more late night streamers, honestly. Most of the streamers I follow stream at like either midday or evening hours. Once you get past like midnight, just you can watch the number of streamers I'm following that are live just decrease and decrease and decrease over time. When you get to like 3 a.m., there's like maybe 3 or 4 live. Whereas like it was 20 something in the evening time. I think I either used to follow more people or the people that I do follow stream less often, because it used to be that every now and then there would be more than 30 people I follow that are live, and I would know that because the sidebar that I have from Rainmeter that shows all the people I follow that are live maxes out at 30. So just it's like 30 plus are live, and then just cuts off. And it's been a long time since it's done that. It's been like a number of years since I've seen that, I think. Usually it's around the low 20s in the evening. But also when it comes to like streamers I actually regularly watch at all, that number is probably like 10. Like most of the streamers that I follow, I like hardly ever watch. I can go one more lap, I think. And I know a lot of people will just like unfollow people if that's the case. They're not watching their streams anymore. And I used to do that some, but I feel bad about doing that. So I usually just keep following. That's a good channel point redemption. Maybe I should send her the picture of the bunny that ate my shoe the other week. I kind of want to go back to that store again just because they had the bunny. See if the bunny is back there again. It sounded like the bunny was not at the store every day, but the bunny was there some days. Yeah, it's a small little store. It sells like Japanese figurines and not much else, honestly. Kind of wonder how it manages to stay in business, but it also it's been around at least a year. But it's the kind of story like, I don't know if this place can really be making that much money, you know? So it's a cool place, but you worry about how long it can survive. And I also want to go to that Where You've Been store on like a Friday when they have all their new stuff. Just to see how different it is compared to going on like a Tuesday. I feel like to really get the experience you have to like wake up early and get there before they open so you can be one of the first people in. Find the really, really good stuff. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if they just take the really, really, really good stuff for themselves and hide it in the back of the store. Soup emote is a good emote. Also, give it up for lap 69, I forgot to mention. I don't think I have any food-related emotes. Well, I kind of do. I have a cheese emote that goes along with the mouse emote, but I don't think I've ever actually made that emote one of my live emotes because I just don't have enough slots, unfortunately. All I have to do is get to 25 sub points and then I can unlock an extra slot. Anyone want a gift? I don't remember how many subs I have right now, but it's probably... Anyone want to give 25 subs, let's say? I have more than 0 subs. But just to be sure. Well, there's one of them. Thank you for the sub, X. Enjoy your Taco Tom and Salamander County emotes. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Need to work on badges. I thought you said I need to work on bagels for a second. I don't know why. Or like, oh no, my bagels! I forgot about them. I need... I need to BRB to apply cream cheese to my bagels. Yeah, I could probably update my my sub icon and bit emotes and all that stuff. I've had the sub icons for many years at this point. Whenever they first came out with affiliate, which is what, 7, 8 years ago at this point. Egg that hatches at 9 months into a dragon. That's kind of clever. Yeah, I would probably just redo the sub-icons to not be pixely. But keep the different colored boxes, because I think that's kind of cool. Or, I don't know, maybe I'll come up with a better idea at some point. But it's also not the highest priority thing in the world. I'm gonna pit now because there's only 6 laps to go. Achoo. Well, that was a quick pit stop. Yeah, I don't know about bits either. I never bothered with the bit emotes. Just because I think maybe like I've gotten 5 bit donations ever. Oh wait, you mean the emotes, sorry, you mean the emotes that you get for spending bits. I thought you meant like the actual emotes that are bits, which I think you can also do, but maybe only if you're a partner, I don't know. Yeah, I do have a couple emotes that you get for spending bits, but those are generally like the overflow emotes that I have. Like the ones that are not quite good enough for the main set, but I don't want to get rid of entirely. I don't really expect anyone to ever give me any amount of bits. Yeah, it'll make sense for Sebmal because he has like specific incentives that involve bits. Alright, Sebmal has a lot of monetary incentives. I have none. I mean, it could be fun to have them, even if they don't come up very often. That means when they do come up, they are even more special. I don't even think I have donations enabled right now. At one point I did, like several years ago, and then I was like, eh, I'll turn them back off. And so I turned them back off, and I have not turned them back on again. I considered it at one point, but I didn't actually do it. I forgot that the Twitch chat embedded in OBS doesn't have FFZ support, or at least the way I set it up, it doesn't. So I thought that X was just screaming for a second until I remembered, oh, I have an FFZ emote that's just AAAA. I made that emote like I think literally a decade ago. That was back when you had to like send a DM to the Frankerface Z account to say, hey, can you add these emotes to my channel, please? Like before they had any website at all. It was that one, it was the Share Nowhere, the floppy disk, and then the weird Sonic that has half his face cut off. And then I also had a bunch of like Puyo. Like each of the Puyo colors. I had FFZ emotes of those as well, but I got rid of them at some point. I might have new ones though, I might have added them that someone else uploaded. Yeah, there was one channel, I forget who it was, but one of the people I'm subscribed to, fairly recently I was watching their stream and was like, it feels like it's been more than a month since the resub badge has popped up. But I don't remember who it was. We don't talk about that corner. Nothing bad happened during that corner. Nothing bad happened during that one either. It's actually harder to not hit the AI when they're slow like that. If you expect them to drive like you do or like a human does, and then they just brake way too early and you just slam into them. It's not to say those corners where I hit that AI badly, I was going to make them anyway, but... Sometimes it's surprisingly difficult to not hit the AI opponents. Yeah, I do think there are like some tags that people will search for to try and find streams on. So I guess they're more useful than the old communities were in that regard. Also, that's 2 races done. Let's do the 3rd. Yeah, I don't know if that many people look at the Retro Achievements tag. Do I have that tag on my channel? Genuinely do not remember what my tags are, other than half of them are funny meme tags. Like Pineapple Dog. Thank you, Butters. Alright, time for race number 3. Our options are Twin Ring Motegi, Nürburgring, which I think I'll do, El Capitan, Fuji, and Suzuka. Gotta do the Nürburgring. I wonder how pit stops are gonna go. Probably 2 laps since, if I had to guess. Gardening with the F is a classic. That might be the most classic of all of them, although I'm personally very fond of Pot Scrubber 1130. Which is literally just the model name of a washing machine, by the way. Like, it's not even like a funny joke. Pot Scrubber 1130 is a washing machine. Excuse me. Also, I just realized both of the last 2 races I did were on street circuits, and this is not on the street circuit, so I'll have to be careful to avoid the grass. Can I full throttle this? Oh, I kind of... I mean, I can full throttle the jump, but I cannot full throttle that corner, I don't think. I do it at a better angle. Oh, that car crashed. I'm gonna let you on a little secret here. You can cut this corner. Okay, I didn't do particularly well, but you can do it better and you can actually save several seconds there. You want to master games more? Yeah, I kind of do too. I think I'm gonna try a master Sega Rally Championship. Maybe not on stream, but I'm gonna. Oh my god! Yeah, this car is bouncing all over the place. Yeah, at some point I maybe want to try a Master Sonic 1 or one of the Genesis Sonic games, but I'm not a fan of the you have to do it deathless achievement. Oh god. I've been murdered. Excuse me. And the first 2 races were like quite easy. This one seems a little bit more challenging. And also, it's so bumpy, it's like actually kind of scary. Especially when that happens. I'm gonna brake there before that jump. Coming through. Okay, that was scary. This whole section is just gonna be very, very worrisome. Yeah, one good thing about this game, at least here, is that this game came out before they invented the concept of off-track penalties, at least in the Gran Turismo world. You can just ride the walls, cut the corners, hit the cars, do whatever you want. You'll be fine. Unless it's in the rally races, then you will get a 5-second penalty. But other than that, you're all good. Alright, well, this trek might actually be a little bit nerve-wracking. But I think once they actually get in the lead and get a bit ahead, it'll be fine. I can just find my pace and it should be fast enough. Okay, you can't take that full throttle. Yeah, I wish there was a way to sort by genre in terms of like points earned. Because like I would totally try to be the person who has mastered or has the most retro achievement points in racing games. I need to look into that racing event if there's like a spreadsheet of like how many points each person has for that event, and maybe I'll try to at least get top 10 in that. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Well, that could have gone better. Actually, I think getting hit by the AI actually helped me there. I think I would have been worse off had that not happened. Snag second going in this corner. Maybe. Well, I briefly snagged it, but then it got unsnagged. Yeah, the every Sonic Heart map ranking stream, that could be fun. Or it would be fun. Maybe that could be part of our plan for world domination, aka get more people to play Sonic Car. Alright. I'm gonna have to remember to pit every 2 laps here, because if I don't, I'm gonna be absolutely screwed doing a full lap on worn tires. Like, that would be game over, probably, so... Even now, they're starting to get worn. And this is not the place for them to be worn. God, this track is so bumpy. I can, like... Oh god, I got hit. Okay, we're good. You can't even drive in a straight line. It's so bumpy in these cars. Even this corner of the car does not want to do. Tires are too worn. That being said, after all that, I think I will still end up about in the lead. Assuming all these cars make a pit stop. If they don't, we might be in trouble. Okay, it looks like they're all going to make a pit stop, which is good. Yes. New tires, please. I don't actually need more fuel. Yeah, ranking streams are cool. I've thought about doing like a ranking of all racing game stream, but I don't know how interesting. Excuse me. Pushed me off the track. Stewards, give that driver a penalty. But yeah, I don't know how interesting that would be to just do a bunch of streams where I play like a bunch of random racing games and then put them on a list. Or, you know, I could do like at a smaller scale, like ranking maybe like Dreamcast racing game or something like that. I could do that. I mean, you'd be surprised, Cameron. He's like halfway through that list at least now, I think. He does like roughly a half dozen games per episode. Yeah, and I guess I don't have to like do it like every week or whatnot. Thought about trying to do like a specific stream schedule, but it kind of just stresses me out, so have not done that, but it's something I may do at some point. Every time I've tried to do it in the past, it's just immediately fizzled out, so I tend to like to do them more sporadically when I feel like it. But I do think that maybe more people would watch with the schedule. Or even if they were just announced in advance. It's all good. I think you do have to be careful with spinning out like that, because if you do that, it wears out your tires more. And if you wear out your tires more, then they're more likely to wear out by the time you get to the end of the second lap. Do I just send it here and hope for the best? Okay, no. No is the answer to that. Oh, come on now. Uh-oh. I should probably figure out what the reverse button is. Oh. Jeez Louise. Okay. So yeah, that didn't go so well. That's not good. 13 seconds behind. I would prefer if he didn't hit me from behind, car. Alright, I'm down to 10. Alright, that's where I'm gonna gain most of it in the straight, so it's not gonna go down as quickly now. I need to focus and I'll be fine. Already back up to second. That cut was intentional, by the way. Strategic cut of the track. I feel like I'm instinctively like shifting up early to try to prevent the car revving high when it hits the bumps, but I don't think that does anything here. Yeah, I wonder if this will end up... Oh, okay. I should actually kept the throttle going there, I think. I think if you have confidence, you can take a lot of these corners full throttle, but I do not have the confidence. Well, the good news is I have made up 13 seconds in less than a lap here. So it can be done. I just have to do it. Your burger ring. It's where you get all your hamburgers and cheeseburgers and whatnot. Jeffrey would love it here. So yeah, I think I'm sort of getting in the groove now. It's just that last part of the lap that's still pretty treacherous. We'll be coming up to shortly. Alright, what's the strat here? I think just take it slow and steady. So if I do get a bad bump, I can still sort of correct it. Okay, that worked. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh, hold on. I don't know what... I don't remember what reverse is, so... I'm gonna have to do it that way. I was about to say my tires were less worn than last time, but apparently they were still too worn for that corner. Yeah, this one is not going like the first two did, that's for sure, but yeah, I think that probably makes it more interesting to watch. Or my ability to win the race is legitimately in question. Yeah, I feel. Alright, off we go. I don't think I've actually led a lap yet. So that is something to try and aspire to. wonder if they have a Burger King at the Nürburgring. I suppose that's something that Google Maps could answer. Oh, I got pushed off again. Stewards, give that driver another penalty. I mean, to be fair, this is a very narrow track, so I can kind of understand why the AI is doing that. Yeah, it really is pinball turismo right now. It's been a bit since I have a Burger King as well. It doesn't help that, like, of the common fast food chains, it's like probably the one that's the furthest away from me. There used to be a location closer to me, but it closed probably close to a decade ago at this point. Got turned into a Goodwill donation center. Not even like a store where you can shop at, just a donation center. But there's also a store like pretty close by, so I had Chipotle pretty recently. Have not had Zaxby's in a long time, though. I used to have Zaxby's quite a lot, actually, because my dad would be in the area and would often get me some on Mondays. He's no longer often in the area on Mondays. Alright. Alright, I might actually finally lead a lap here. Alright, lap lead. Now I just have to lead, well, I don't have to lead any other lap besides the last one, but I do have to lead the last one. I'm hoping we don't see any cars again for the rest of the race. Because this lap is so long that I'm not going to be able to lap anyone. Even if I hadn't crashed, even if I had done like a perfect race, I don't think I'd be able to lap anyone. Okay, I would like to drive on the road, please. Thank you. That's a pretty healthy split. That split drank its milk and got strong bones. For some reason thinking of that reminded me of like magazines I had as a kid. Like there was a Crayola magazine I had. I think there was like a Got Milk ad in it. Maybe with Steve from Blue's Clues in it or something. The Crayola one I remember had a very specific ad for Nissan cars that had like all of their cars lined up in a row. Specifically 2 columns. It'd be cool to find that ad again. I have a distinct memory of it for whatever reason. Would have been like the late 90s Nissan lineup. Also the brochure of like the 1997 Chevrolet lineup. My grandpa would go to like the local auto show and pick up some excuse me. Pick up some brochures and give them to me. I don't think I have any of them anymore. Unfortunately, I tried to look up the Chevrolet one, but I couldn't find it. Like on archive.org. I'll have to check again at some point. But it turns out not everything that has ever been made has been uploaded to archive.org yet. Sometimes there will be things that weren't there before. Okay, well I didn't entirely spin out, so I will count that as a win. Yeah, I have to be careful now. When at the end of the second lap, the tires are starting to get orange, and they're not as happy about all the bumps. must pit this lap. Uh-oh. I could have been really bad if I had missed the pit lane. I'm already 40% through this race. This one has not felt very long so far. Maybe because it's only 15 laps, even though the laps are quite long. Especially given the fact I've had to concentrate on this one significantly more than the other two. And even then I'm making, you know, much more significant mistakes. Oh, this isn't gonna go well. It's okay, just an unusual line, but it's still good. I overdid it, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna wall ride this whole corner. How about half of it? Is half good? I think half's good. Wait, I need to finish Nubby's Number Factory. I've done most of the challenges and non-challenge things. The what are they called? Supervisors. I've done most of the supervisors, most of the challenges. I've not done the glass supervisor or the challenge where you lose your items. They're actually kind of similar in ways. They both involve you losing items after a period of time. They seem fairly luck-based and not particularly fun, which is why I haven't... I've tried them a few times and I've lost, and I haven't actually gone back and fully done them yet. Other than me not liking those specific challenges, Nubby's Number Factory, really good game. Feels like a type of game I would make if I was better at making games. Yeah, you should, Cameron. I think you would like it. time to get thrown off the track again. Oh. Okay, we're good. Oh. Well, I kind of got thrown off the track. Not the worst. Not the worst I've done through that sector. I'm worried that I'm going to forget to pit on the lap when I need to pit. I eyed the condition of my tires, but I realized I did it a tad too late. Like, if they had been bad, I wouldn't have been able to get to the pits in time, so I need to keep a better eye on that. Because I will forget, and that will be terrible. It's not like a lap around Monaco or Tokyo where you just lose a few seconds. Because this lap is long, I will lose like a minute. And as you can see on the split there, I don't have a minute to lose. Which is ironic because in the other races I would have had a minute to lose. The goal is to win this race. Yeah, I know it's not readable, the text on the stream, but yeah, the goal is just to win the race. And then after that, I have one more race to do, which is, I think it's a 4-lap race around Le Mans in a specific car. The achievement, make this your final achievement, which I have decided to make my final achievement. For reasons you may be able to guess. And then I will be done with Gran Turismo 4. Unless I do the bonus set or the Spec 2 set. But I think as far as the Retro Gran Turismoing goes, I will probably do Gran Turismo 3 after this. Because that I have not touched on Retro Achievements. And that is also a good zone-out game, especially the later parts of it, because they get quite drawn out and repetitive. I will probably do the next race tonight because it's not an endurance race. It should be like at most 15 minutes long. So yeah, my hope is that I can finish out the set tonight. Which, unless this endurance race goes catastrophically wrong, should be able to do. I have passed the halfway point now. Yeah, as long as I don't make any huge mistakes. I think I am starting to actually pull away a bit from the AI, so... should be good. Strategic wall balance. Yeah, it might be close to 30 seconds by the time I get to the pit stop. Now, if I didn't have to pit, this would definitely be a fastest lap, but I do have to pit, so... Alright. Time for stint number 5 of 8. The last one will only be one lap. I mean, I guess any of the stints could be one lap, but I figured I'll just do the last one. To keep on pace with the AI. Have a good night, Vespa. Thanks for watching. Stopping by. Yeah, I think I have found a groove a little bit here. But yeah, the first 2 races I had won by multiple laps each, so... Once I figured out like, roughly how to handle these bumps. I got the pace over the AI. I was just getting used to those, because normally this track is not this bumpy. But the combination of this game and this car, it is exceptionally bumpy. Oh. That's one way to break through the corner. And also when I do go off-road, figuring out how to get back on the road without making a bigger mess of it. Well, the second half of the side not going so well. I do not know if GB3 will be on Motorsport TV or not. Actually, I have no idea what is on there at all besides Super Formula. But if it is on there, I'd be down to watch it with you if you wanted to. I still need to unsubscribe from Motorsport TV, or maybe I don't. If I'm gonna watch the rest of Super Formula, maybe I keep subscribing to it. Although I wanted to try to subscribe to it not through the iPad app, because then you have to pay the Apple tax. And ideally, I don't have to pay the Apple tax, but I just did it then because I literally could not find how to subscribe on their website. And I'm not even sure if you can, because you couldn't make an account on their website. You had to make an account through their app. Which is a decision. I think their online sign-up thing was just broken or something. But there's got to be some way to subscribe not using the iPad app. And maybe the Android app has an option too, and that's cheaper. I don't know. I think Google is trying to have a Google tax as well. I actually don't know if they do or not. Like if you buy like Twitch bits on Google, do you get charged like the Apple rate or the PC rate? Genuinely do not know. Hey, I actually saw your spreadsheet the other day. I just forgot what it was. Yeah, I knew you could bypass the app and just get the subscription or bits or whatever on the website, and that works. And then you don't have to pay the tax that way. I just didn't know if Apple and Google both have the same tax. Yeah, maybe I'll check after the stream just out of curiosity. Because I thought Apple had it for a while and Google didn't, but then Google was like, we want it too. So I don't know if they actually ever followed through with that or not. You don't know a single person in GB4? Well, they're probably, if they're in GB4, they're probably pretty fresh out of carding. And we don't follow carding, so... That is cool. How big is the total field? It's like 30 something or... Oh, it's on YouTube, okay. Yeah, I guess they were on YouTube last year as well. Or no, that's, well, maybe they were on YouTube. I was thinking of Formula 4. The, whichever one we watched. $20 and $25, that's not too bad. Oop. Got bounced the wrong way there. Oh, 30, okay. 5 have not been announced. Maybe I'm one of them. Maybe I'm the secret 26th GB4 driver this year. I'll give you a hint, I'm not. I literally went karting for the first time in like my adult life. Like 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago? Probably like a week. 12 days ago, I think. If you want an exact number of days. And that was fun. I want to go karting again sometime soon. Like, we did 3 races, and the first 2 races I was not at all confident in the cart. Like, I was still learning, like, exactly how that cart controlled. It's like feeling the accelerator and the brake and the pedals. I was not confident in the brakes. Like, it felt like I was pressing the brakes and it wasn't quite slowing down as quickly as I wanted it to. But I think I got, I think it could follow. I got into the groove on the 3rd race, which is the last one we did. I'm doing alright, thanks for asking. And that 3rd race I went a lot faster. Felt a lot more confident in the cart. Wish I could have done a 4th one, but alas, we paid for 3. Yeah, just doing the last few retro achievements for GT4. Figured I would stream them. Just some nice endurance races to zone out to. That was quite bumpy. Oh. That actually worked out well. Okay, I'll take that. That might have even been faster than taking that corner properly. See ya, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, I went go-karting with a friend, and we paid for 3 races. And so we did 3 races. They were faster than me every race, but by my 3rd race I was faster than their 1st race, so I'll take that as a win, given that they're relatively experienced with karting. Not like professionally, of course, but like just karting for fun. Or that was the first time I had done it since I was like 10 maybe. I went go-karting once for a friend's birthday party, and that was it. And that probably would have been 4th or 5th grade, maybe 6th grade, but one of those grades. I wonder if I still have the results sheet from that lying in my pile of childhood papers somewhere. Does anyone else have like a big stack of papers from your childhood? Like things you wrote, things you got, etc. Yeah, and like even like all my like school books as well. Not like the textbooks, but like the ones you write in from like even going back to like 1st grade. I still have like all of those. They're just in my closet somewhere. If I ever want to read the essay I wrote on cars in like the 4th grade, I can do that. Cars as in the automobile, not the movie. Actually, that one might have been 7th grade. That might have been like a slightly more in-depth essay. But I did write essays in 4th grade, too. else is there to say? I'm actually getting close to the end of this race. It does not feel like I've been doing this for an hour. This race feels like it started like 15 minutes ago. Slightly under 3 laps ago, yeah. How did I get to lap 12? No, you misunderstood. That's lap 1 plus 2. It's not lap 12. Yeah, going back to like stuff I made as a kid. I remember one essay I made in like probably 5th grade, 4th or 5th grade, if I had to guess. It was on Tiger Woods back when he was like, you know, the undisputed #1 golfer in the world of all time ever. Back when he was at his peak. And whenever you had to make an essay, or maybe not whenever, but for this one we had to like do something extra as well. So like you make your essay and then you do some sort of other project alongside it. So I made a board game. I made a Tiger Woods themed board game. Except I called it, it's like a board game where you answer trivia questions, but I called it a knowledge game for whatever reason. It's not a trivia game, it's a knowledge game. And it's basically, it's sort of like Candyland, I think, in that you roll a die and you just move that many spaces, and based on where you land, you do whatever. But the die, I made a custom die just for this game. I like molded it out of clay. And instead of just being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I made it 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. So it's like an unfair die. And there's a lot of spaces on that board that are just like, go back to the start. It's a very unfair game. Also, there's a whole 10 questions, so you could, probably in one playthrough you would go through every question and then have memorized the answers to all of them. We should play it, yeah. Whenever we meet up again, I should bring out the Tiger Woods knowledge game. Scan it into tabletop sim. I probably could. I think it is just like a sheet of paper. Maybe it's probably a big sheet of paper. It might not fit in one scan, but I could just merge the scans together. Okay, I need to pit this lap. I'm actually far enough ahead I may be able to get away with a lap if I forget, but ideally I don't forget. Away we go. There's another board game I made, but that was in like 9th grade. I made a board game for, I think it was Julius Caesar, the Shakespeare play. I think Shakespeare made a play called Julius Caesar, or about Julius Caesar. If not, then I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was it. Yeah, I made a board game around that. I just went to, I think it's probably Toys R Us that I went to and bought a copy of Monopoly and just pasted the my board game on top of Monopoly. So that was a nice folding board. I want Scott the Woz Monopoly. Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't think I actually have any, like, Monopoly variations like that. I like Monopoly. But... yeah, I just have regular Monopoly, and it's like, it's a fairly old version. I think my mom had it originally, so it's like probably from like the 80s or something. Yeah, most of my Monopoly playing is like Monopoly Party on the Xbox or whatever. GameCube, PS2, take your pick. It's on all of them. Should stream that again? We should, yeah. Did we ever actually stream it? Or did we just play it together? Oh, I think we did stream it on New Year's. Yeah, you're right. And I know I streamed it on my own channel at one point, many years ago, but that was not multiplayer. Because that was me playing on the computer on the Xbox. I remember that distinctly because I remember getting like 22 viewers watching me play Monopoly Party. And I was like, that is a lot of viewers for me. And it would still be a lot of viewers for me. Probably had more viewers back then than I do now. But I don't really care about the viewer count anymore. I used to be like I know a lot of people will be like, oh, I had my viewer count. And I used to be one of those people like, well, why would I do that? I want to know. And then eventually I realized, oh, you know what? It's actually better if you don't know. It's actually better if you just hide that number. And then you're not focused on it, and then you don't get worried when like, oh no, 2 people have left my stream. What am I doing wrong? When you don't see that number, you just do whatever you're doing and then you're fine with it. Bonk. It's not the section of track to be reading chat. Was my best lap always .080? I feel like it was dot something else. Did I actually like PB by less than a second? Or was it always that and I'm just misremembering? Watch this strat. I'm gonna pit this lap, and then I don't have to pit again. This is a genius strat. Probably didn't need any fuel, but I'll just take some more to be safe. So I'm good now. No more pit stops. Let's do these 2 more laps and I will be good to go. Yeah, stream avatars are cool. I don't think they're for my stream though. I don't think I put them on my stream. But they are neat. I'm also surprisingly not that tired, despite it being presumably close to 4 a.m. my time, but I think also one of the reasons I might be less tired is that I have hidden the time, not intentionally, but all my windows, or I have windows covering up the time on my computer, so I actually don't know exactly what time it is right now. And maybe me not knowing exactly how late it is preventing me from getting more tired, because it's not, my brain's not like, oh, it's 3:30 a.m. you should be getting tired now. My brain's like, I don't know. It's probably 3:30 a.m., but it could be like 1 a.m. Yeah, it's only midnight. I've been streaming for 30 minutes despite doing 2 hour-and-a-half long endurance races, and I've almost finished the 3rd one to stream. Well, I'm glad this one ended up being a relatively easy win in the end. Provided it does not go catastrophically wrong in the last lap and a half. I was worried a bit there. I was a little bit worried in the beginning. It took me like 5 laps to actually solidly get in the lead, but once I actually did get there and got in the flow, it was fine. Even if I am still bumping walls and going off-road a lot. I'm doing it in ways that are less costly than before. I pit on the end of the last lap so that I wouldn't have to pit anymore, so I am good. Don't need to pit this lap. But thank you, though. Oh yeah, we did talk about Adventure 2. That's one of the things I've been meaning to do. I've been meaning to do the Sonic Adventure 1 DLC achievements. I want to do
That's
those.
beans.
That's not beans.
Well, now I'm confused. Is it or is it not beans? How am I going to know? Hi, Silver. How are you doing? Sound readings are doubling. It might just be there on the loud side. I can pause momentarily and lower them. Oh, it might just be Sammy.
That's beans.
Let's do that.
Dellerbob, 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 Dellerbob,
What
Dellerbob,
happened to the
Dellerbob,
stream?
Dellerbob.
Why did the transparency glitch out like that? Okay, whatever. I might need to go in and actually lower the volume of the cheering, because by lowering that volume, I may have made the other stuff too quiet. But I suppose it's better for sound effects to be too quiet than too loud. Oh no, it's specifically it's the same TTS modules that those characters use in Salamander County. To the point where I had to like completely break my pre-existing audio setup to get it to work, because it's like a web-based TTS only, and that has issues. It has to be like
Interesting. I wonder if this works.
has to be captured through desktop audio. But yeah, they're new as of last stream, so I think there's still a couple bugs that need to be worked out. Like I need to sanitize the text a bit, and I have no idea what was up with the transparency breaking that time. I'm just going to assume that's not a problem and it's never going to happen again.
But what if it happens again? Also, isn't this the same voice that was in Sims Online, or am I misremembering?
It may have been. I think the like the pitch and or speed are modified from default, though. I don't remember the exact variables for each of the characters, but they are all changed. Yeah, it is MS David. I think that is like the default text-to-speech in a variety of programs. I do use 0 for Ember. Yeah, so it's the same text to speech, but the pitch and rates are different. So they don't sound identical. Excuse me. But yeah, I do hear a bit of Ember in input. Because there is a bit of Ember in input. Somehow I'm like 2 minutes away from finishing this race. How'd that happen? Cammy, how are you capturing the text-to-speech? Are you doing it just through desktop audio, or are you using like a virtual audio cable or something to not do that? Assuming you are just using the WebTTS feature in Sammy. Which I assume you are if you're using MS0. Desktop capture, okay. Yeah, I was trying for a while to not use desktop capture, but the text-to-speech kind of forced my hand a bit there. Yeah, I don't want to run the bridge in a separate browser if I don't have to. So it's just another step I have to do, which I don't want to do if I don't have to. Alright. There is one achievement left to get. I don't think I watched the Star Wars trailer, but I did hear about it. I heard about the Jar Jar representation. Hey, you want to watch the whole replay? But you can't because it gets cut off halfway. Alright, the last achievement. Make this your final achievement. I guess I will. It is time. So, the achievement. Take the title car, the Ford GT LM race car, Spec 2 04, and win the final race of Gran Turismo World Championship on Circuit del Azar. So I will get in that car and I will do that race. It's the car. I might need to upgrade this car, actually, come to think of it. There's no like performance point limit here, so I think we just max it out. I think we just put everything on this thing that we can put on it. It already has the max exhaust. I think we put the stage 3 tuning on it. That progress bar, by the way, totally fake. They just added it there to make it look like it's doing something. I don't care about rigidity. Tires does it come with? Racing. That's probably what I want. I'll buy the hards just in case the mediums can't do 4 laps around the Mans. They should be able to do 4 laps around the Mans, but you never know. Yeah, there is a tutorial on how to do it, and I think running the bridge... There's 2 options for doing it, and running the bridge in a separate browser is one of them, and virtual audio cables are the other. And I don't want to have to do either, so I think I'd rather just capture desktop audio as opposed to either of those. Alright. 4 laps around Le Mans. I'm gonna put my racing mediums back on. Go to driving A's, and I think... hopefully I can drive this car without him. If not, I will come back and reapply them. Alrighty, final race time. I am getting ready to drive. It's one of the fun... oh, okay. Didn't like that bump. Oh, yeah. Let's give that the old retry. One of the cool things about this track is that there are multiple places where you can just cut the track if you want. I'll try to do it fairly. Unless I find that my car is not fast enough to do it fairly. But I think it will be. We get to sit through this cutscene again. This car does not turn as well as the Formula 1 car. I know it's probably hard to believe. I think once the tires get up to temperature, it should be less of a handful to drive. Yeah, it looks like this car is totally fine performance-wise. Switch to mobile because you're EP. All these cars are battling at... oh, I need to brake, don't I? Oops. Okay. That's fine. I still took the lead. Totally legitimately. Okay, I went off, but they went off worse, so... yeah, totally legal. Okay, every now and then I will just put a stream up on my iPad when I go to bed and just fall asleep to it. I don't do that as much as I used to. For a couple years, I used to, like, have music playing on it like every... Oh god. Oh no. It's okay. The bonus points for style. Judges, what did you think of that? Yeah, for years I would just put like music on my iPad and play it every night going to sleep. But then I just stopped doing that.
Bobby.
I don't know what you mean, Ember. Oh no, this car does not turn like the Formula 1 car. Oh no. That's okay. It's still okay. This is recoverable. Recovery starts here. And the recovery continues here.
Max Verstappen has been awarded a 5-second time penalty.
I know that those were very legal corners. There was no cutting there. You made input say boppy weeks ago, and it's been stuck in your head since. And it's a fun word. This car does not like those low gears. It's over rev. Probably because I removed the traction control, and I shouldn't have done that. I don't think. I think some of these cars actually you kind of want traction control, because otherwise they do that. Yeah, I don't think I ever want to be under third gear in this car without that traction control. Alright, I lost a lot of time. But good thing I can make it back up through very legal means. I was actually quite close to spinning out there. I was a little too aggressive. But it's okay. Have any plans for tomorrow? I have some work to do I might go to Best Buy with my mom. She's been meaning to get a new phone. So I want to help her find a new phone. But that depends if she's up for it or not. Okay, this is the most fair corner of all time. Very fair overtake. Oh, the AI's looking for it. The AI's found it. Oh, can I get him back on the acceleration? Yes, I can. Oh, for a bit, and then get me back again near the high end. Oh yeah, Butters, do you still keep up to date with like the new phones, or have you completely fallen off that bandwagon? I was leaning towards suggesting the Pixel 8a for her, because she has a 3a. But the battery on it's kind of going. Yeah, I figured as much. No reason to really keep up with that anymore. Oh god, I just realized my tires are kind of cooked. That could be bad. This might require a restart actually, but I'll give it a try. This will involve... Okay. Yeah, I think we need to give it a retry, unfortunately. Sadly, I think there are two things I need to do. Number one, I need to put hard tires on the rear. And number two, I need to put the traction control back on. And I've always been a fan of the Pixels. Even before they were Pixels, I had a Nexus 6P back in the day, and I really, really liked that phone, apart from the fact where the batteries exploded after a year and a half. I don't remember if I won. I don't remember which one of these I won, so I'm just going to put them both back on. You want the lesbian trans Metal Sonic and Amy Rose phone case? I mean, that would be a good phone case to have. That's for sure. Alright. So my rear tires should be able to last the race now. And my car is not going to want to spin out as much. Should be easier now. Man, I kind of want... This song is reminding me of it because it was also in this game. I kind of want NASCAR 2005 Retro Achievements. Okay, I wasn't sure if I wanted to cut the corner or not, so I sort of just halfway did it and just made a huge mess. That guy spun out. Four x 4 Evo, yeah, that too. I don't know if I won the Bible game retro achievements. Personally, I would rather have Shrek Super Party retro achievements. That was not a great corner. Oh, the car did not want to brake at all. I might have to do a bit more corner cutting than anticipated, but that's okay. It's all fair in the world of Gran Turismo 4. Like I said, very fair corners. And you're gonna see another one here in just a second. Yeah, I feel like phone tech really has kind of stagnated the past few years. We've gotten past the early 2010s of like revolutionary, you know, technological upgrades and just more and more power. And I mean, that's sort of true for the entire technology ecosystem. It's less about power increases and more about how you use it, aka just AI garbage. And yeah, like my mom doesn't need a high-end phone or anything. Especially because, like, I don't really know if anyone needs a high-end phone these days. Like, I feel like a mid-range phone is totally sufficient for anything you would ever really want to do. Oh yeah. This is the song that plays when you do that in a license test. I've never actually, well, I've done it to try it, running Dolphin on my phone, but I've never actually played anything significant on it. Oh god. I was gonna say I'd rather just use my Steam Deck, but I don't think I've ever put Dolphin on my Steam Deck either. Or I think I have, I've just never put any actual GameCube games on it. Or maybe put like one on to test it. I don't remember. I need to use my Steam Deck more. That's a nice device. Buy an old flagship. That's also an option. I don't think my mom would necessarily want that. And you run the risk of getting a phone that's battery is gonna, you know, not hold much of a charge anymore pretty soon if you do that as well. If it's used. So personally, I would rather get like a new mid-range phone than like a few-year-old flagship phone. But also, I like the phone I currently have and don't really see the need to upgrade it. I think the battery might be starting to go a little bit on it, which would be the only downside. It can't quite last a whole day. Like when I was at, when I went to MagFest, you know, I was using my phone quite a lot throughout the entire day, and it couldn't quite handle that. I had to borrow a friend's charger. And I remember, Cammy, you were streaming on the drive home, and I tried to watch it, and as soon as I loaded the stream, the battery just died. I'm going into sand again. Yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons I don't use my Steam Deck that often. Usually if I want to play a game, I'm in a position where I can just get on my computer and play the game there. But it is nice for like, I think the thing I do most often on is actually just play remote into my PS5 and play GT7 in my bed. I would do that for like whenever they would update the whenever they put out a new update, I would just do the update races on there and buy the cars that were new. Because they put out the updates at like 2 a.m. and the servers have to go offline for an hour and a bit, so like it's like 3:30 a.m. by the time they're up, and usually I'm in bed at that point. Please don't tell me what time it is right now, because I'm sure it's probably after 3:30 a.m. But I'm not always in bed at 3:30 a.m. Just usually. It's 11 p.m. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to start streaming in 20 minutes. Actually, I need to cut the track here. I need as much advantage as I can get on this guy if I want to be ahead at the finish line. Man, my car sucks at turning compared to theirs. Oh, I got a lot of straight line speed. I got the draft. And I'm gonna carry it all the way through the sand. Man, it's honestly kind of hard to say what would be better, a Steam Deck or a Switch 2. Because like a Switch 2, you know you can play games that are just coming out on the Switch 2. And also Switch 1. I mean, you can play Switch 1 games on the Steam Deck too, if you know what you're doing, but... might not be the most optimal way of playing them. But, you know, you won't be able to play Switch 2 games on the Steam Deck, that's for sure. Yeah, I think the Steam Deck versus Switch 2 choice is really going to come down to personal preference. Assuming that the Switch 2 is not a dumpster fire. I have no reason to believe that it would be. In fact, I look forward to trying to, pre-order one at midnight on the 24th or whenever it is. And probably being unable to do so because people have made bots that will scalp within like 0.3 milliseconds. But I'll do my best. Alright, one sector to go. I thought the AI would actually catch up to me more than they did. Just want that new Kirby. Yeah. Kirby Air Ride and the new Mario Kart are the reasons I want a new Switch. Also, I've just mastered Gran Turismo 4. Or I've ed Gran Turismo 4, as you can see. That is definitely the most significant time commitment to a game that I've spent for retro achievements. I don't think there are that many games out there with a larger time commitment. I'm sure there are some, but... in the racing game world, I think this is about the biggest one there is. Yeah, probably tomorrow will be better for Kirby Air Ride. I think it's like 10:15 p.m., so I should be getting to bed soon. Thank you, Cammy. $4:36. That is slightly later than I thought it was going to be. I was hoping when I started stream I'd be done at 4. And I thought when that first race took 1 hour and 20, I was like, I might actually do it. But then the second one took 1 hour and 45. And I had to do this twice. Because I messed up the first time, so... and that doesn't account for, like, menus. But yeah, if you now go to my retro achievements page, which I'm going to do right now, so I can look at it. At Gran Turismo 4 there. Also it shows up on my completion progress, because it's the game I've completed with the most achievements. There are not many games on the website with more achievements than Gran Turismo 4. I think there are like 3 or 4. The new Sonic compilation just got achievements. That one is that one has more. But there's not many that have more. I do want to play Mega Collection Plus. I have no way in a million years I'm going to master that, but I do want to play it and relive the memories of that compilation specifically, because that's how I found out about Sonic the Hedgehog, and that's how I got into the Hog. And I was a real big Sonic kid for a while there. Like, I know you and Vesper are kind of the resident Sonic heads in the aviary, but I was a huge Sonic kid as well, back when I was a kid. And I kind of fell off it a little bit once they continued to make games that were not good for like a decade. But hey, I still like Sonic. I still like Sonic a lot. But anyhow, it is, according to Cammy, 4:36 a.m. It is probably like 4:39 a.m. now or something. I do need to play Shadow Generations. Continuously yell at me ad nauseum until I play that game, Cammy. I need to play that game. I need to play the games I got for Christmas and the games I got for Christmas last year. I feel bad because people give me Steam games and then I don't get around to playing them. I need to get around to playing them. Pizza Tower as well. Yes, yes. But yeah, I am going to find someone to raid who is live at this hour. There's one person. Well, there's 4 people I follow that are live. One of them I would perhaps consider raiding. Let's see, if I hit the raid channel button, maybe it'll suggest something for me. That looks interesting. Let's see. I do not see anything right off. Discover a lot of streamers from the raid channel button. Yeah, there are a good variety of streamers here. I'm gonna just raid you on over to the old-timey computer show where you can watch VHS tapes. They're probably VHS tapes. I guess they don't have to be VHS tapes. Of old-time computer shows. Oh, there's like a CGI model of a car right now. Okay, that's cool. I can knock on their stream and let them know I want to drop in and collaborate. I don't. I want to go to bed. But yeah, thank you all for watching the stream. Surprisingly not that tired. Despite it being 4:42 a.m. But hey, this is probably the latest I've ever streamed. It's fun fact for you. Well, that's what happens when you do a 5.5-hour stream and you start it at like past 11 p.m. But yeah, thank you all for watching again. I'll see you all next time. I don't know what I'm going to stream next time, but it'll be something. So yeah, I will catch you all later. Have a good rest of your evening /night / please go to bed. It's very late. Bye-bye.